Court will come to order. It is Monday, April the 10th, 2023. It's 9 o'clock in the morning, and the Kerr County Court is now sitting in regular session. With that, if you would please stand for the prayer and pledge, which will be led by Commissioner Basis.
Heavenly Father, bless this gathering as we work for the people of Kerr County. Guide us in our deliberations and grant us the wisdom to see the truth and make the best decisions for our constituents. Having just concluded Good Friday and Easter weekend, we once again thank you for sending us your Son, for his horrific sacrifice, for his glorious resurrection. And we thank you for your grace and forgiveness. Lord, we also thank you for your gift of gentle rain and the beauty of the hill country that we all enjoy. Please send us more rain. Help us recharge those aquifers and end this drought. Lord, keep our first responders safe, guard and protect our children. We thank you for the many blessings you've bestowed upon us all. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. I want to remind everyone to turn your phones off or to vibrate so that does not disrupt this proceeding. First part of our agenda is always for our regular Commissioners Court sessions, is public input. This is our opportunity to hear what the public wants us to hear. I think we've got two people on the agenda today that want to have public input. If you're going to speak on something that's on the agenda, if there's an agenda item, we ask that you save your time until that agenda item is called. So with that, I believe we've got Mr. Rising.
I wanted to remind about,
Podium, sorry. Name and address.
Greg Rising, 116 Nimitz Drive, Precinct 4. I wanted just to remind the commissioners about election integrity and that there are volunteers to help with that.
Excuse me, that's on the agenda.
It's on the agenda?
Yes, it is.
Okay, that's
We're
what.
talking about election integrity on the agenda.
Okay, I'll save it then.
Next we have Mr. Henneke, Fred Henneke, former county judge.
Fred Henneke, 2595 Bandera Highway in the county, Precinct 2. I wanted to speak about the notion in the paper last Saturday about a select group of people crafting a system to take the place of the current election system we have here in Kerr County. I find it dangerous to offer to a select group of unknown individuals the opportunity to create an election system here in Kerr County to replace the one we have, which has operated and operates very well. There is no controversy, there is no evidence, there is no suggestion that the current election system in Kerr County is not operating efficiently and accurately. My dad used to tell me, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The hoops we'd have to go through for such a new program are monumental. Number one, it'd have to be certified by the state of Texas. Elections machines have to be certified by the state of Texas.
I think we've gotten off the select committee to the election integrity, and that's on the agenda. So if you would just limit your remarks to the election integrity is an agenda item.
Okay, well, I'm talking about a private group of individuals that we don't know making a system to replace the current system. I think that has several problems. One, has to be certified by the state of Texas. Second, according to the American Voter Act in 2002, all voting systems must be certified by the United States Election Assistance Commission. And thirdly, I would remind the Commissioners Court about the contracting requirements of the state of Texas. Anything that's going to cost more than $50,000 has to be competitively and openly bid unless otherwise exempt. This would not be exempt. So to head down that road is to take the commissioners' time and efforts and money away from problems such as roads, such as water, such as traffic, such as unfunded mandates, such as finding a home in Precinct 4 for the JP and the Cosmo within the next couple of years. So I think this is a solution in search of a problem There's no necessity for the commissioners to go outside of the current system to an unknown, unvetted group of individuals, obviously with an axe to grind, to create a new voting system to impose upon Kerr County. And I urge the commissioners to look closely on that because of not only the practical requirements, but also the legal requirements of undertaking such an effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Okay, with that, we'll go on to commissioners' comments. I'll lead off. I usually deal with the entire county. I leave the precincts to each one of the commissioners. And for those of you that have not seen, there has been a ruling out of the federal court in Austin disposing of the library issue. And the books were ordered reshelved because they were violations of constitutional rights. So that library issue is finally put to bed. That's a relief.
It will be appealed.
Sure it is.
Yeah. Okay.
And then the other thing is I had a rash of complaints recently about abuse of public authority. And I'm going to have to put a call in to Chad Matlock, the Rangers, to conduct an investigation to make sure that we're compliant. That's just what's going on here. Precinct 1.
It's nice to get a little bit of rain. And it was a nice weekend. Some of the kids are still out of school today, so please be careful. Watch out for them. They could be out on their bicycles and playing in the road.
2.
Well, we've had several meetings to try to find solutions to the safety issues that will be created by Twin Creeks development on Eagle Ridge Road. We'll be discussing that as a separate item, or particularly the court will discuss it in executive session. So I won't say more now. Toured Robertson Road in advance of what we hope will be its reconstruction this year. And we do have on the agenda today a pre-bid meeting. Well, sorry, I attended a pre-bid meeting last week. On the agenda today, we'll be opening those bids. And I'm praying that we'll have enough funds available to reconstruct Robertson Road this year. Also got an appeal from a concerned constituent about safety or lack thereof for residents turning onto Woodridge Drive off 173. So we'll add this to the list of TxDOT projects to chase up. Look, we're coming to the end of the EDAP wastewater project in Center Point, and we're trying to expedite the hookup of 3-phase power for the lift station H on Stoneleigh Road. Bandera Electric is working with us, but they're waiting on some right-of-ways from the Center Point ISD and TxDOT. But the main thing there is that the wastewater team is trying to identify all the outstanding issues with respect to the condition of driveways, roads, trenches on the side that may not have been adequately repaired. And I urge the public, if you have concerns, make sure that Road and Bridge or the engineering department are aware so it gets on the list, because we want these contractors to address all of these issues before they demobilize. Once they're gone, you're kind of on your own to make a claim against their bond. So again, make sure you get on the list. And our Road and Bridge department's been great about coordinating this project, so I encourage you there. And we're also looking at whether there are enough residents who want to be connected but somehow miss the first 3 phases for whatever reason. We still have grant funds available, so we'll consider a possible 4th phase for the wastewater project. And I'm very pleased to inform the public, in particular those who have raised issues in this court about Serenity Hills. We found enough funds, and we have a change order with the contractor there to repave the Serenity Hills Road, and they really need it. They've been torn up so badly. But I'm sure that those constituents will be happy. Okay, and lastly, just for everybody down in that area who's had to drive roads, thank you for your patience. It's getting better, and we're almost at the end. Hopefully by the end of this month, we're pretty much wrapped up. And yeah, I'm still working with the Texas First team, which is Mark Cook and Clint Curtis and others, who are trying to develop a low-cost ballot hand counting system, which is basically just a bunch of digital counters and cameras, so that it would be recorded and live streamed so the public can watch, and so we would have an additional audit trail. It's not a system that's an electronic voting system that would require any kind of certification from the state. And of course, this court would have to approve that system before it's adopted. So we'll be talking more about election integrity later on the list. And happy to report that Osage County in Missouri just went to hand counting paper ballots due to their safety concerns and to save money for their taxpayers, which is what I want to do for taxpayers in Kerr County. That's it.
Three?
A couple things. One, many don't go out to the airport, but the airport is underway in a construction project to build additional hangars, box hangars and T hangars, and that largely funded by TxDOT and by the money that revenue that the airport generates. So I don't think any taxpayer dollars really going into the project. That's a good thing. It'll increase revenue for the airport. Other thing, I wanted to thank Charlie the most is Nick's Road, his road that got halfway fixed about a month ago, I guess. So all of a sudden it was left, and anyway, bottom line is they're able to get right before Easter weekend that road patched again, so at least it's drivable without tearing up in front of your vehicle. It's not finished, but it's appreciated. It was done, road and bridge, Bobby and Charlie. The last thing is, after the last commissioners court meeting, when there was a lot of discussion about Eagle Ridge Road, I thought about something, and I don't see Charlie in the room right now, but I wanted to apologize to Charlie. I should have at that meeting stood up for him. It was, in my mind, uncalled for, the criticism that members of the public, some of those of Eagle Ridge, and I see them in the audience today, attacked him, in my mind. And Charlie is only implementing the rules that this court adopts. He's not making decisions. He doesn't work for developers. He's objective, and he does his job very, very well. And I wish I would have apologized at that time when he was here, but I'll do it today. I apologize, Charlie, for not standing up for you in that court meeting.
Continue on that line. He works within some parameters, and he calls balls and strikes based on those parameters. And he does a very good job. I'm glad he's on our team. Also, last month we talked about canceling a hazardous waste collection on April 22nd. It was a TCEQ mix-up. We'll find out later today whether that event is going to be carried out and put back on the agenda on the calendar for April 22nd. We will know later today. I'm sure Lisa Walter will put out a PR release on that. We'll find out for sure. So maybe you don't have to put it back in storage till September or whatever. That's it.
Okay, now that we've received your input, you've received our output. Let's move on to the consideration agenda, which is item 1.1. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the contract for assessment and collection services between Kerr County and the Ingram Independent School District. I wonder why Dr. Templeton is here.
Not going to renege on it, are you?
No.
Good morning, gentlemen. In your backup material, there is a contract to renew the assessment and collection agreement between Kerr County and the Ingram Independent School District. It was drafted and approved by the Kerr County Attorney. The Board of Trustees of the Ingram Independent School District approved the contract at their March 27th meeting. It's been executed by the designated board members of the Ingram Independent School District. At this time, I request the court to approve the contract, authorize the county judge to sign. I will say Ingram ISD, their financial officers and administrative, and I'm not saying it because Dr. Templeton's behind me, but we work very closely together and have a very good working relationship.
I move for approval. Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the contract with Ingram ISD. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? There being no opposition, unanimous. Moving on to item 1.2, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on the request to use Flat Rock Park on October the 14th, 2023 for a Christian concert. By way of disclaimer, You have to avoid even the appearance of conflicts of interest. This is my son, Dan Kelly, so I will not be voting on this issue.
How is it he's better looking than you? His mom.
Good morning. Thank you for letting us come and make a presentation to you. We have the desire to use Flat Rock Park to put on a free Christian concert in hopes of bringing a lot of the ministries together that we have locally. We have some commitments from Arms of Hope, the Sozo Home, Mercy Gates, working with Warrior's Heart, the Sober Living community. We've got some representatives from Prodigal Road Ministries. We have the Alcoholics Anonymous events coordinator with us. I believe Shay Spencer is outside here in support. We have Julie Brooks with Anchor Ministries. Bottom line, what we want to do is we have several artists booked. I do know it's the day of the eclipse. That's the only real concern I would think that there is, but it would be a later in the afternoon situation. We have, and then into the evening, we have secured stages, porta potties, generators, everything that would be needed. We will serve free food and have some bounce houses for the kids. And all the food would be handled with people that have food handlers permits. I don't know if the county requires us to have a COI, but my business insurance agent has assured me that he will provide a COI if that's something that's required. I spoke with the Kerr County Sheriffs last week. They did not have any objections to it or anything, any prerequisites that they would have for us as far as parking or any of that kind of thing. So our hope is, here's the truth, there's a lot of people in Kerr County that are seeking an answer. And honestly, I think a lot of them are scared to go into a church. We have a lot of people coming to this event to share ministry and to share their testimony that have been down the same road and found their hope in Christ that then led them back into a church. And that's our hope, is that we have that opportunity to minister to some of the super broken and bring them the real answer that they're looking for.
I second. We have a motion and a second to approve the use of Flat Rock Park for the concert on the afternoon after the eclipse. Is that right?
Yes,
That
sir.
evening?
Correct. Yes, sir.
So we've got a motion and a second.
Couple of questions.
Just a couple.
Just a couple. I think what time will the event be over?
I would defer to the court's judgment on that. I don't know if 9:30 is right. I don't know what time we need to shut the park down, but we will abide by whatever the court asks us to do.
The other question is volume. How loud will the event be? And I bring this up because there are residents that live across from the park.
Across the river.
Across the
Got
river.
one behind you there.
One is right behind you. And a number of years ago, we did a concert down there, and it was rather loud, and it was not well received from the people across the river. And since then, we have not done a concert in the park. I think it's a great idea. It doesn't sound like it's going to be a real loud concert, but that's the only concern I have.
I think it could help if you have that in mind, the speakers are pointed back towards like the event center as opposed to any pointed across the river.
Yes, sir. So then I'm guessing what you're saying is have the stage set up with the river as the backdrop maybe?
Yes.
And point it back? We can definitely accommodate that. It's hard for me to say how loud it is. This is, we're just doing this. It's kind of all individuals pulling together the finances for this. I don't see us having a giant sound system because it's just us paying for it. You know, I do expect there to be some bass with it. I would be out of line if I said there wasn't going to be. I think there'll be some noise, but I don't see us having a Robert Earl Keen style concert like that. It's not anything that's that loud, you know. But whatever requirements or whatever suggestions the court has, we will follow 100%.
I think as we get closer to the event, maybe come back and we can kind of look at, you'll have a better idea of the planning of it, and we can, any concerns we have can be aired at that time.
Yes, sir.
As I said, I'm not voting on this, but I haven't heard the phrase that you used with me, and that is the recovered community. This is for the recovered community.
It is. There's, I don't know, 40, 45 sober living homes in Kerrville. There's 4 or 5 different treatment centers. Those are the substance recovery places that we're targeting. But also, I mean, there's just a lot of brokenness, and people come to Kerrville to get healed. And if I'm going to be completely transparent and honest, I think we give them a whole lot of sobriety, but not salvation. And I think that salvation brings sobriety. And so we're trying to introduce some of these people to that opportunity, right, where maybe they hear it from people that have been in the same walk and the same path that they're in. And it seems to be better received from that community when it's coming from people that have been there, rather than the traditional religion that they've heard most of their lives. And so we're just trying to love on it, that's all.
Dan, I think this is a great cause. I applaud you and encourage you. I think, as Commissioner Letts has pointed out, we can kind of fine tune and tweak if you come back. But I certainly think we should move ahead and go and approve this motion so that you can go ahead and plan and everybody can gear up for this event.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Aye. Passes 4-0-1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is item 1.3, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the examination of EAC voting system certification and voting system test laboratory accreditation relating to certification by the Texas Secretary of State and the requirement of voting system adoption in Texas. Mr. Woodman.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. I truly appreciate the opportunity to address your court today and citizens as well. My name is Jarrett Woodward. I am a resident of Bexar County, so I do not reside here. But I do think that the information I will share with you guys today is very important for the court to consider, especially with wanting to upgrade your voting system to the most recent HARP version. Today is a very big day for the state of Texas because this information has been prevented from being talked about for over 2 years. Citizens of this state have known this since November of 2020, and I will demonstrate the extreme lengths that the citizens have gone to try and notify their public officials and have them take action. We are going to have some difficult conversations. They're necessary. There may be some anger. I just ask that it not be directed towards me because I am just the messenger today. Okay. So if we start just with the title, I know it's a whole lot, and I just like to say that I'm not accusing anybody up here of any intentional wrongdoing. I'd like to display to you guys the deception that's been going on and pretty much being taken, you guys have been taken advantage of. So if we start with just the first section, examination of EAC voting system certification and voting system test laboratory accreditation. So that section is going to deal with the federal level of our certifications of voting systems. Relating to certification by the Secretary of State of Texas, so that's going to be our state level of certifications. And then we will discuss the responsibilities of the Commissioner's Court as the adopting authority.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
How long a presentation do you have?
I'm sorry?
How long a presentation do you have?
I requested 30 minutes on the agenda request.
30 minutes.
I will get through it as quickly as possible. I'm hoping that you guys have some questions. But I did disclose that, sir.
We have 5 items at 9:30, so sorry.
All right, so we'll start with definitions because that's really important when we're talking about these things. May gives you discretionary authority, shall imposes a duty, must creates a condition precedent, and then may not imposes a prohibition. Now the difference, we're going to talk about voting systems versus voting machines. So a definition of a voting system is a method of casting and processing votes that is designed to function wholly or partly by use of mechanical, electromechanical, electronic apparatus. Next slide, please. All the documents came from eac.gov. That is a government website. All right. So this is the home page. I just wanted to point out that the EAC understands the importance of testing and certification. It's the critical first step. Next slide shows the state requirements for certification in Texas. So we do require a minimum of federal certification. And then there are two election related codes that are mentioned, 81.61 and 122.001. There are 12 states that require minimum of federal certification and 38 that require some form of it. So if we go to Texas Administration Code 81.61, this has to deal with the Secretary of State certifying voting systems. So for any voting machine, voting device, voting tabulation device, any software used for each, including the programs, procedures for any vote tabulation and testing, any modification of the above to be certified for use in Texas, the system shall, so no discretionary authority there, have been certified, if applicable, by means of qualification testing by a nationally recognized test laboratory. That's the point to focus on, nationally recognized test laboratory. In our next section, which is 122, it deals with voting system standards. If we go to A3, it says a voting system may not be used, so it creates a prohibition in an election unless the system operates safely, efficiently, and accurately, which I would like for everybody to just assume that everything is operating 100% correct. We're not talking about any fraud, any ballot switch harvesting, vote switching, nothing. This is just complying with law. So the important part is complies with the voting system standards adopted by the Election Assistance Commission. Next slide. So if we go to the voting system certification part of the EAC testing and certification program, a voting system is considered EAC certified, so that would be federal certified, when it has been tested by a federally accredited test laboratory. Again, federally accredited. Next slide, please. This is from the Voting System Test Laboratory Program Manual. In section 3.6, a grant of accreditation. Upon a vote of the EAC commissioners to accredit a laboratory, the testing and certification program director shall inform the laboratory of the decision, shall issue a certificate of accreditation, and shall post the information regarding the laboratory on the website. So, next slide. 3.6.1, Certificate of Accreditation. There are 5 requirements that shall be on the certificate. It is not optional. The 2 to pay attention to, it shall be signed by the chair of the commission, and the effective date of the certification, which shall not exceed a period of 2 years. Next slide, please. This is a voting system test laboratory certificate of accreditation from SYS Test Labs. Could you hit it twice for me? If we see there, you see that the date was issued 2009, it's signed by the chair, and the effective through date does not last longer than 2 years. So this is a valid certificate. Next one. In 2010, SYS Test Labs changed their name to SLI Global. All right. Next slide. Looking up on the EAC website, it says that Kerr County uses Hart Verity version 2. So I'm assuming that it's the 2.0, but if you see, testing lab was SLI Global, and the testing happened sometime between November of 2015 and April of 2016. Next slide. These are the SLI Global certificates of accreditation. Next. They do not exist. So if you guys are using Verity 2.0, it was tested by a test laboratory that does not have a certificate of accreditation. Next slide. In January of 2016, SLI Global changed to SLI Compliance. Next slide. This is the certificate issued to SLI Compliance in 2018. 2 more, please. If you check here, it is signed by the executive director. It is not signed by the chair. Therefore, the certificate is invalid. It also has a date of 3 years, which is more than the required 2. This was the only certificate ever issued for 3 years. So right at the onset, when this was issued in 2018, the certificate was invalid. It was not a federally accredited test laboratory and could not test any voting systems. Next one, please. This is a screenshot from the properties of this document. So you can see it was uploaded in January of 2018, which lines up when it was issued, but it was modified on December 22nd, 2020. Now I have theories on why, but this should not be the case. Again, this is going to show the deception that has been presented to you. Next slide, please. This is the press release that the EAC issued on January 27th, 2021, after citizens started questioning in November 2020 why their certificates were not valid. Next. I'll blow this up for you. It says SLI compliance has completed all the requirements to remain in good standing, and then they quote section 3.8 of their own laboratory manual. And that very first sentence says, a grant of accreditation is valid for a period not to exceed 2 years. So they put it in their own press release, but then at the very bottom it says, due to the outstanding circumstances posed by COVID-19, the renewal process for the EAC laboratories is delayed. So that's kind of concerning, because if it would have expired in January of 2020, like it was supposed to, COVID wasn't around yet. Okay, so the date was extended to 3 years. Now they can use COVID, but no one's saying that a certificate was issued late. What we're saying is that the certificate was invalid from the moment that it was issued because it did not contain the required signature. Next one, please. Next one. Now, after they issued that press release, 5 days later, they issued this new certificate. Next. If you see, it is still not signed by a chair. It was issued on February 1st, 2021, and now there is no expiration date. Instead, they put an original accreditation date of 2007, and then they put the little statement that says accreditation remains effective until revoked by a vote of the EAC pursuant to 52 USC 20971C2. So let's go to the next one. Let's look at that code. This code is discussing in C1 the role of NIST, all right? National Institute of Standards and Technology. They do testing as well and monitoring, but what it is saying is that they can make recommendations to the commission on certification or or revocation of certification, okay? But the commission in C2 is the only one who can revoke it by a vote. Now, what they are intentionally doing is betting that you're not going to read, because revoke and expire are not the same thing. Next one, please. Revoke, to take away during a period of validity. So if the voting system test laboratory has a proper accreditation certificate and it is still valid, and then they are in violation, the commission can vote and revoke that license. Expire means to cease being valid, which means that it has an expiration date, right? And at that date, it is no longer valid any longer. So if we use this example of a driver's license, you are driving down the road, you get pulled over for speeding, the officer finds out that you're operating a motor vehicle on a expired license. But you tell the officer, or when you go to court, my license was still valid because it was never revoked. That is the argument that the EAC is making with that press release. That will never hold up. Next one, please. Next press release came out July 23rd, 2021, after we pushed back against those new certificates. Go ahead and select. Clarification. The intent of section 3.8 in the Voting System Test Laboratory Manual is to make clear that VSTL accreditation is subject to reassessment. Yes, we understand that. With a period of approximately 2 years. I'm sorry, it said shall not exceed 2 years. So there is no discretion. It's not approximately. At the discretion of the EAC, no, because it said shall. There was no may in there. It is not intended to describe the EAC VSTL accreditation revocation process. We were never commenting on the revocation process. That's something the EAC brought up to try and hide the dates. Next one. The certificate of accreditation that is issued after the EAC performs the audit and the expiration date listed on the certificate relate to the EAC program requirement to reassess VSTLs periodically. Yes, that is correct. And then they say, for that reason, the EAC has removed the expiration date from the certificate and instead will track the reassessment period separately. Odd. If the date didn't matter, why are you taking it off? Next one. Also, if revoke and expire are the same thing, why do they have a section on their website that lists expired accreditation test labs? If licenses never, or sorry, the accreditations never expire, there shouldn't be a section for this. Next one. This is the newest certificate that they've issued. Go ahead and hit it twice. Again, does not have the expiration date, and it is not signed by the chair, and now it's signed by an interim executive director, not even an executive director. Next one. This is the Hart Verity Voting 2.7, which I believe you guys wish to purchase. You can see it was issued on June 7th, 2022. The testing laboratory is SLI compliance. I just showed you all the accreditation certificates for SLI compliance. They do not comply with the law. They're not accredited. They cannot test voting systems. Next one, please. Go ahead. Why this relates to the court? Because under Election Code 122.001A3, that section that says complies with the voting system standards adopted by the EAC. So I've proved that it does not comply with that section, therefore it may not be used. Next one. So what happens if there's a violation of this section? Who is the responsible party? Well, 122.005 shows that the venue for prosecution of an offense under this chapter is in the county in which the offense was committed. Why? Next one, please. 123 is adoption and acquisition of a voting system. Before a voting system may be used, the authority designated by this section by either resolution, order, or other official action must creates a condition precedent, which means that the voting system has to be adopted first before it can be used in an election. And I underlined this first line in section B because it's very important, where it says the decision on whether to adopt a voting system. Decision on whether. So that's giving you guys discretion. You are not required to choose a voting system to conduct your elections. But if you do, then you have to choose a system that is on a certified list that the Secretary of State provides, and then you must adopt that system before using it in the election. So what I'm trying to say is the Secretary of State has put you guys in a bad position because they gave you a list of all systems that don't meet the requirements of Texas law. So no matter what voting system you guys chose, you would have been breaking the law. Next one, please. The legislatures have thought through a lot of this stuff. Because you're the adopting authority, they also gave you the authority automatically to rescind or modify the adoption if you found that something was wrong with it. So we don't need to address this with the Secretary of State level. As far as the adoption goes, this is a commissioner court responsibility. Next one, please. This is an advisory that was issued in 2019 by the Secretary of State, reiterating the 5 requirements of information that needs to be on the voting system adoption, either resolution or order. Next one, please. I would like to give a shout out to your IT department because Kerr County has one of the easiest, most navigatable websites out there. Super, extremely transparent. Okay?
Laugh about that.
Yeah.
Well,
You didn't look at it a month ago.
Yeah, but I am saying that it is one of the best tools that I have come across as far as a county for a citizen looking for transparency. And so I do want to congratulate you guys on that. I was looking through previous agendas and documents, and I could not locate an adoption resolution for Kerr County. So I did submit a public information request, and it's still within the proper legal amount of time to respond. So I'm just waiting for a response on that. Next one, please. Now, I am assuming that before you guys received an email from me on March 10th that you guys had never even heard of any of this information whatsoever. Like I said, the citizens have known about this since November of 2020. We have gone through extensive lengths to notify our officials, and there's just been extreme pushback. So what I'd like to do is just briefly go over my email that I sent you, and then I'm going to go over the response from the HART representative and show you that he didn't address anything that I said in my email. So my attempt is to demonstrate in the simplest terms that the HART Verity voting system currently adopted by the court does not meet the requirements as stated in Texas Admin Code 81.
Let me interrupt.
Yes,
That
sir.
assumes it was actually adopted.
I'm sorry?
That would assume that the court
Correct.
actually adopted.
Correct. I sent this email before I started searching for the documents. So it doesn't comply with Admin Code 8161 or Texas Election Code 122.A3. So I explained that the SLI compliance certificates aren't in compliance. I quoted the section in the Voting System Test Laboratory Program Manual for you guys to look up, and then was trying to convince you guys that you have the authority to rescind your adoption if that adoption exists. Next one, please. This is the email that was received from the representative at HART when you guys forwarded over my email to them. I was a little disappointed because I sent my email at 1:41 p.m. and by the same day at 4:09 this email was back, and I think 4:28 it was in your inboxes, and I didn't receive a response at all. Not even a, we looked into this and we're gonna disagree or whatnot. I mean, it was just nothing. And so I waited till after your election workshop to reach out to Commissioner Paces because he was the one actually trying to push for information. But Peter here, very condescending man. Good afternoon. The exact misinformation is being spread by the same individual across Texas counties today. It's actually quite old news. One, misinformation needs to be false. I have not said anything false today. Number two, it's quite old news. Why is this old news to Peter if you guys are just hearing about it that day? Because he's been dealing with it since November of 2020. This information has never made it, this evidence has never made it into a Texas courtroom yet, but it's going to. So now he says, sometimes in bureaucracies, administrative errors happen. In the case Mr. Woodward told you about, SLI was compliant, trust me, but the EAC was tardy in posting the information. They put out at least 2 attached statements explaining the situation. Mr. Woodward could have done a little more research and found this information on the EAC website. Extremely condescending that I haven't done my research before sending the email that I did. One, I never mentioned anything about a certificate being issued tardy. It has to do with the information on the certificate, which makes it invalid. If you went to a college and got a degree and your diploma was signed by the chair or the department head, it has no backing whatsoever. It has to be signed by the dean to be valid. So same things apply here. Okay? So he goes on to say the HART Verity systems of all versions are validly certified by both the EAC and the state of Texas. You and any member of the public are welcome to check the facts that I've shared with you here by contacting the EAC and the State of Texas Secretary of State Elections Division. So you can verify everything that he told you here by contacting the 2 entities that are lying to us. Does not make any sense. And I'm curious if you guys read what I sent you or looked it up, because this was an okay response. And if you had read the EAC press releases and read my email, you would have seen very clearly that they didn't match up and the arguments don't hold water. Next, please. You can go 3 ahead, please. Then they released another press release. Go ahead and blow it up one more time. The EAC takes additional steps to ensure the laboratory policies are in place regarding compliance management and issues like conflict of interest, record maintenance, and financial stability. It also ensures the VSTL is willing and capable to work with the EAC in testing certification program. This is performed by regularly working closely with the test labs and performing audits biannually. There's that 2 years. And generating certificates. Then they say the VSTL accreditation does not get revoked until the commission votes to revoke accreditation. And by that same token, EAC generated certificates or lack thereof do not determine the validity of VSTL's accreditation status. That is a flat out lie, because in their own program manual it gives the requirements of shall. There is no discretion. They have to issue certificates. Even if their response later on, they said that the certificates weren't issued because of administrative error. Well, administrative error is still breaking the law when a shall is there. And there are consequences for that. It can be done unintentional, but it's still breaking the law. Next one, please. The testing and certification program has been fully staffed since May 2019, so we shouldn't have any issues. And we're confident that the integrity of the labs in our voting system certification program has remained strong throughout. The lack of generating a new certificate does not indicate the labs were out of compliance. Yes, it does. All certifications during this period remain valid, as does the lab accreditation. Trust us. The quality of our lab's work is closely monitored during certification campaigns. Both Pro V&V and SLI compliance are NVLAP accredited laboratories. That's great. NVLAP can be accredited, but EAC is the one that matters. Next one, please. Again, grant of accreditation in the program manual shall issue a certificate. Next, please. What required item from the certificate of accreditation is never addressed a single time in any of these EAC press releases? Next one, please. The signature. They can't dispute the signature. They can try and argue away the date all they want, which is a hopeless cause, but they can't dispute the signature. So automatically the certificate is invalid from the date that it's issued. Next one, please. This brings up logical constitutional questions. So, if the electronic voting systems are not lawfully certified in compliance with voting system standards, does it impede the citizens' lawful vote in elections? If the electronic voting systems and their various devices are not lawfully certified, does it cause the citizens to cast illegal ballots? Since Texas officials presented uncertified voting systems as certified, did they abridge the citizens' protected right to vote? And the elected officials within Texas courts prevent a fair hearing of cases involving the election. Where can citizens find the objective perspective without being denied redress of grievances? The reason why I put that last one there is because the proper venue is to file something in the county of which the offense occurred, right? So it's in the county district court. All those judges are elected by the same machines. Next one, please. All right, what have Texans tried to do with this information? Well, state groups were created in January of 2021 across the entire United States, and then they are broken down into county and regional groups. We began meeting in person weekly to discuss strategy, research, and attempt different avenues of notifying our officials what we thought would be information welcomed for integrity purposes, because this is a nonpartisan issue. This affects every single person's vote equally, including each of the commissioners' votes up there. It was soon made clear that it was going to be much more difficult than anticipated with the roadblocks at every turn. Next one, please. These are just a small example of some of the groups here in South Texas. Next, please. Between March 29th of 2021 and May 10th, there were at least 89 requests for quo warranto across 16 counties against elected officials that were filed with DAs. Quo warranto means under what authority? It has to be brought in the name of the state of Texas, typically by a DA or an AG. So we petitioned our DAs across the state in our counties to file these. All of them went unanswered. All of them. Next one, please. Summer of 2021, letters, physical letters were sent to every single Texas legislature about this information. July 2021, we began notifying commissioners during public comment that issues with certifications existed. December of 2021, I personally attended an in-person meeting with my county elections administrator. We presented the accreditation issues. We were told to contact the Texas Secretary of State and that there was nothing that our county could do. December 2021, writ of mandamus was filed against all Texas legislatures. A writ of mandamus is we are asking a judge to order a public official to do their the duty that they were elected to do. January 2022, writ of mandamus filed against Texas AG Paxton. June of 2022, in my county in Bear, a writ of mandamus was filed against those. Every single one was dismissed. Next. Without a consideration of the evidence. July of 2022, 24 pro se plaintiffs filed a petition for declaratory judgment against the current and 2 previous secretaries of state, deputy secretary of state, former director of elections, and 12 counties, 67 defendants total. That litigation is still ongoing. August 2022, pro se plaintiffs from about 30 counties around the entire state of Texas filed petitions for declaratory judgment and emergency requests to retain records within the same week. I bet no one up here has heard of that at all because it was not reported on. But I bet you, I know for a fact that those county attorneys were scrambling like crazy for months trying to deal with all this. October 27th, 2022. In our August lawsuits, some counties were filing temporary restraining orders against the machines, and the judges were throwing them out because temporary restraining orders are only good for 14 days and it wasn't close enough to the election. So then when we started filing them close enough to the election, they said, oh, you're filing too soon. You've waited too long. So we filed an emergency injunction with the Texas Supreme Court. That was denied for standing. December 2022, I had to change strategies. So I started personally traveling to surrounding counties to educate the public on this information. I began holding presentations of about 20 to 30 citizens, educating them, arming them with the knowledge that they need so that they could address their commissioners' courts. This is an issue that has to be addressed at the individual county level. There are 254 counties across Texas. I'm personally taking on 6 right now. February of 2023, we began reaching out to the commissioners through email to try and start a dialogue. And realized that most of you guys had never even heard this information, so that just gave me even more push, because if I were in your position and I was unknowingly breaking the law, I would want the opportunity to find out and then an opportunity to address it and fix it. Okay, again, I'm not accusing anybody of intentional wrongdoing. I think that they're, like Mr. Peter said in his email, misinformation, right? Information censorship is real. For 30 counties in the state to have simultaneous lawsuits filed against their commissioner's court and not a peep be mentioned, that's pretty crazy. Next one, please. This is a press release that was just issued on March 10th from the Secretary of State, because we do have a new Secretary of State. We are not going in a good direction up there, and we need our commissioners to kind of have our back and start advocating for us to them. The reason I say it's not going good, Keith Ingram, he's been the director of the elections for the state of Texas for about 10 years. He's the one that's been in office this entire time while all this accreditation issue with the voting system test laboratories has been going on. All right? He just got demoted, and now he's being put in charge of the brand new interstate voter registration cross-check program, because we're going to be getting out of Eric, right? So the one who's been not following the law, we're going to put in charge of our voter registration database. Christina Adkins just got promoted to the acting director of the elections division. She has been a lawyer in the legal division, and if you see down here, she's been there since 2012 and is a recognized leader in the election community for her legal and technological expertise in certifying voting systems and ensuring county officials are trained to comply with the Texas Election Code. I would say that she has failed at her job for quite a while, and she just got put in charge of all elections for the entire state of Texas. It's not okay with us. Next one, please. For 2 years, these courts have been making decisions that shape the legal climate affecting the members of this court, because you guys are the sole authority on how we perform elections in our county. And you guys didn't know that laws were being broken. Next one, please. Citizens don't have standing. Courts have been continuously ruling that as a voter, citizens do not have personal injury to hold officials responsible for breaking election laws. So the concept of every vote matters or one person, one vote is very nice in theory. It's a very nice talking point, but it does not transfer over into our legal system currently. That is bad case law, and it's something that the citizens will fix. So this leaves the citizens with only one legal remedy as a last resort, which is Local Government Code Chapter 87. Now I'm going to discuss this. This is not a threat in any way. Again, it is just a byproduct of the box that we have been put in as citizens by the court system, and this leaves us as our only legal remedy if our officials do not wish to follow the law. Next one, please. Chapter 87 deals with removal of county officers from office. I'm not calling anybody incompetent. I am just reading out the definition of incompetency in this chapter. A, gross ignorance of official duties, or B, gross carelessness in the discharge of those duties. Next one, please. Grounds for removal. An officer may be removed for incompetency. Next one, please. Now this is how we get around the standing issue as a citizen. I highly suggest going and reading this stuff. Letter B. Any resident of this state who has lived for at least 6 months in this county in which the petition is to be filed and who is not currently under indictment in the county may file the petition. So a lot of people think petition for removal, you have to go and gather a bunch of signatures. The legislatures have given the citizens this remedy. It only takes one citizen that's lived in the county for 6 months to file a removal petition. And all you have to do is, in plain and intelligible language, cite the time, place, and occurrence of each act alleged as grounds for removal. Next one, please. So just as a general recap, there's no legally accredited VSTLs, therefore no voting system satisfies requirements of Texas law. Going to a manual, hand-marked, hand-counted paper system with no electronic components whatsoever, this court can just disregard all of these laws that we went over because they only apply to the definition of a voting system. So I'm hoping that with this information, that this will make your decision that you have ahead of you much easier. And I'm open for any questions if you have any.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Who are you?
So I am nobody, and today I'm everybody. I'm a
What are your
real.
credentials? What do you do?
I'm a realtor in San Antonio. Before that, I managed a luxury apartment complex in Las Vegas, and before that, I worked in fast food for 10 years. I took an interest in our election process here in Texas after what I saw happen in the 2020 election, and I wanted to learn firsthand what is the correct process for Texas. And so I went to the source. I just started with Chapter 1 of Election Code, started reading it, got all the way through that, went to Government Code and Administrative Code, and that's it. So.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Take a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
Clerk, come back to order. Where we are, we have an unusual situation that we exhausted our time before the break. Now all we have are timed items which we have to take as soon as they are available. So we're going to take the 9:30 item and then the 9:45 item, start the 10 o'clock items. And we do have a scheduled 11 o'clock executive session with our outside counsel. So we're going to be tied up with timed items probably until at least noon or later, just so you know. And we'll come back to item 1.4 after the timed items. So with that, let's call item 1.7. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to accept a donation of a touchscreen laptop with accessories from the Veteran Services Advisory Committee for use by the Veteran Services Officer.
Good morning.
Introduce
Good morning.
everybody.
Vicki Marsh, Leslie Nord, Jake Williamson, Jeff Harris, and Mark Del Toro. Gary's over there.
I saw him somewhere.
Yep, just pop through the and wave Gary. He is. But basically, I do a lot of outreach, home visits, and I have to do a lot of back and forth. And they have graciously bought me a touchscreen so I can do everything while I'm with them. Since everything's done electronically now. And so this is the touchscreen. I didn't bring the keyboard. I was afraid I'd drop it. But I did bring a breakdown of it, and hopefully y'all say yes, then I can have it. And then something I can better assist veterans who are homebound or in nursing homes.
Well, let me make this easy for you. I make a motion that we accept that donation.
Thank you.
Second. Is there any discussion? Does anybody know any reason why we should not help the Veteran Services Officer?
Oh,
I have a question. Who made the second? Thank you.
Okay, those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Being none, unanimous.
Thank you.
Let's move on to the 9:45 item, which is 1.11.
The shortest agenda item for your plan.
Is Mike out there? Matt, I'm sorry. 1.11, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve a proclamation designating May 4, 2023 as National Day of Prayer, and approve a request to use courthouse grounds for an event that day. Matt.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm Matt Melton with the KMA, the Kerr Ministerial Alliance. Whereas America was founded upon the values of Judeo-Christian faith and freedom, and whereas throughout our history Americans have prayed for God's guidance and comfort where needed, and we have given thanks to God for many blessings that He has graciously bestowed upon our nation since its inception. And whereas the National Day of Prayer is a day set aside by Congress for all Americans to pray and reaffirm the spiritual principles upon which this nation was founded. And whereas across these United States today, Americans are uniting in prayer for our nation, states, counties, and communities to humble ourselves in God's presence and to acknowledge our continued dependence upon God, to give thanks for His many blessings and to affirm our faith in God's unfailing mercy, love, and grace, and to seek God's blessings upon our national, state, and local leaders as we ask God to unite and heal our land. And whereas in Kerr County, Texas, we choose to participate in this National Day of Prayer, observance to demonstrate our honor of God and our dependence upon Him as we invoke His blessing upon all the people of our county and upon all our local leaders who so faithfully serve among us. Resolved that Kerr County Commissioners Court, by adoption of this proclamation, hereby declare May 4th, 2023 to be the National Day of Prayer in Kerr County, Texas.
And approve the use of the courthouse grounds for an event that day.
Yes, sir.
I move. Yes. Got a motion and a second to approve May 4 being the National Day of Prayer and use of the courthouse grounds.
you see how much they need prayer? Right on there.
We all need it.
Right on.
Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? There being none, unanimous. Thank you, Matt.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Moving on to 10 o'clock docket. Item 1.12, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to accept bond number 1001-193974, the amount of $170,330.10, and release letter of credit number 4006 40200 in the amount of $170,330.10 as financial guarantee for the remainder of the one-year maintenance period for Paloma Ranch Subdivision, which began back in December of '22. Charlie Hastings.
Thank you, Judge. The developer has requested the court accept a bond and release the letter of credit as a financial guarantee for the remainder of the one-year maintenance period, which began December 12, 2022. County engineer requests the court accept bond number 100119397 in the amount of $170,330.10 and release letter of credit number 400640200 in the amount of $170,330.10 as a financial guarantee for the remainder of the one-year maintenance period for Paloma Ranch Subdivision. Said maintenance began December 12, 2022. Precinct 4.
Move for approval.
Got a motion and a second to approve replacing the letter of credit with the bond for the Paloma Ranch Subdivision. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? There being none, unanimous. Moving on to item 1.13, consider discussing the appropriate action for the court to set a public hearing for 10 o'clock on May the 22nd, 2023 for a revision plat for the Creekside at Camp Curry Phase 1, Lot 163-164. Mr. Hastings.
This proposal revises and combines lots 163 and 164. Both of them are 5.11 acres each into lot 163A, 10.22 acres. The road frontage remains on Cool Creek Road. This lot is partially in the floodplain. It must meet regulations for development in the floodplain, and Cool Creek Road is currently under construction. County engineer requests the court set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on May 22nd, 2023 for a revision of plat for Creekside at Camp Verde Phase 1, lots 163 and 164, plat file 22-01280, precinct 2.
I move for approval to set a public hearing for this matter.
I'll second it. We've got a motion and a second to approve the public hearing for May the 22nd of this year for a revision to plat for Creekside Camp Verde Phase 1, lots 163 and 164. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That there being none, motion carries. Item 1.14, consider discuss and take appropriate action to open and receive bids for the 2023 road construction project Phase 2. Read bids aloud, refer bids to the county engineer for tabulation and award the lowest qualified bidder.
All right, the first bid we received is from Brandon Paving Company, Inc. Total amount is $127,640. There's
Just one.
one.
Yes, sir.
Bid we received is from SureTech.
That might be the bonding company.
Oh.
That is the bonding company. This one's from Fuller Excavation and Site Work. Their amount is $220,000. Next, we have one from Dirt Boys, Inc. And that is $127,900. Next, we have one from Alan Keller. $196,400. Next, we have one from LCR Total Transport. $195,200. We have one from J3 Company. $159,600. Judge, I make a motion we accept all bids and refer them to county engineer for evaluation.
Got a motion and a second to accept the bids as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? There being none, carries. That's the last of our timed items, so let's go back to item 1.4, which is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve resolution supporting Texas state legislation for accurate, transparent, and auditable elections. Mr. Pace.
I put this item on the agenda for the court to consider adopting a resolution which asks the 88th Texas legislature to pass legislation to, as it just says, secure the elections, ensure results are accurate, transparent, auditable, and with full accountability. So, I guess I'm all the more keen to get this done, having heard from Mr. Garrett Woodward that the systems that the county is using are not properly certified or adopted. But, you know, I go back to the last Commissioners Court meeting, and after public input, you know, we heard from Judge Kelly, who said we don't have an election integrity problem in Kerr County. Our system not only beats or exceeds all state standards. And if you want to do something about this, you need to go to Austin. There's no reason to do it here. Well, I agree, we need to go to Austin. And we need to push our state legislators to change the election laws as outlined in the attached resolution. However, I do think we have a problem here, particularly when it's been pointed out that the system we're using is not properly certified or adopted. So, again, I'm not saying that we've had any fraud here in Kerr County. Who knows whether our voting machines have ever been hacked here in Kerr County? And I'm not suggesting that they have been, but they could have been. And no one would ever know. That's the real point. Mark Cook pointed out how difficult, well, first, yeah, we have to trust basically a black box with a motherboard that's made in China. You know, the head of Hart pointed that out in our workshop. The key components, the motherboards, they're manufactured in China, not the USA as they like to claim. Okay, and of course, Mark Cook pointed out just how difficult it is to verify that there's no modem built into the motherboards, especially when these systems are under lock and seal and only accessible to the equipment vendors and their representatives. And we do a great job of securing this equipment. My hat's off to Bob and his team and everybody involved. But the fact is, none of our county staff have access to the election machines, certainly not to their internals or the software that runs them. So, and we also saw in the workshop that it's not necessary to have a modem to gain access to a voting machine and manipulate votes. And of course, Hart, their representative, admitted that anything can be hacked. It only takes access, knowledge, and time. Look, we all know computers get hacked all the time. The Department of Defense servers have been hacked. Now, if they're vulnerable, how is it that we think our election machines aren't vulnerable? So, I guess I'll read through the key components of the resolution. So we're asking the Texas legislature to pass legislation to minimize election mismanagement and vote manipulation by requiring hand-marked sequentially numbered paper ballots pre-printed on counterfeit-resistant paper signed by an election judge. Paper poll books fixed 30 days before the election period. Precinct neighborhood level voting. No countywide polling place program. Tabulation of ballots by hand count at the precinct level. Verifying vote results with random hand counts and robust audits. Elimination of the gap between election day and the end of early voting. Limiting mail-in voting to only those who legitimately need it. Cleaning and securing our voter rolls, ensuring they contain only qualified and eligible citizens. Eliminating the costly and ineffective ERIC system, which is Electronic Registration Information Center. Restoration of felony penalties for fraudulent voting. Reinstatement of Texas Attorney General's prosecutorial authority to investigate and prosecute election and voter fraud. Prohibition of ranchos voting and any foreign ownership of election processes, data storage, or components. County to precinct and state to county election results verification. Now, there is plenty here that we actually have the authority to control right here on this Commissioner's Court. And that's basically those first 5 items. And, again, the main thing is we got to stop using the voting machines. They're not certified. They're not adopted. They're a black box that we're asked to trust. And I, for one, don't trust anything where a motherboard or any key component of it's made in China. So, again, I'm not ready to make any kind of a motion here with respect to whether we're using these machines or not, but I certainly want to sign off on the resolution because I think it's important that our state legislators start working this issue to the benefit of all citizens of Texas. And again, there's a lot we can do. Those first 5 bullet points are all within the authority of the county commissioners, but it would be preferable to see statewide a similar approach. So, I've talked about the reason why I'm not yet making a motion to eliminate the use of voting machines here in Kerr County is because I'm kind of waiting on this team that's working on a process for hand counting. And I suddenly learned I have to be very careful about calling it a system. And it may be that based on Jarrett's comments, we no longer can use anything electronic or digital in it. But we definitely need to have a hand counting process that is transparent. I still think we need cameras so that it's live streamed and everybody can see just exactly what's going on and it becomes part of the audit trail.
Amen.
So we'll see how that plays out, and until we have a good solution that can be presented to this court, I won't be making any further motions about how we use these machines. And with that, I'll open it up to discussion.
I think somebody needs to make a motion. And a second. Good discussion.
I move that we sign the resolution supporting Texas state legislation for accurate, transparent, and auditable elections.
Well, I'll second it for discussion.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion?
Comments, I mean, I like the idea of a resolution. I don't like this resolution. And the problems I have is it goes, I'll just go to one, lots of things. But one, it goes, all I have authority over is Kerr County. And it says, whereas our voter rolls are inflated and inaccurate. I don't think that's a true statement.
It may not be in Kerr County.
Therefore, that right there, that one thing says, I'm not going to support this. I mean, a rewritten resolution I may support, and this resolution contains, black box. Let's deal with facts. I don't know what a black box is. There's terminology I don't understand, don't know in here. So a cleaned up resolution, I can support. I can't support this.
And that's the reason I second it, because we do need to have this discussion. And there are several things in here, and he kind of stole my thunder on that one. Also, I'd like to hear from Bob Reeves and his 2 cents on this resolution, if you would.
Mr. Reeves.
Good morning again. As far as the resolution, the wording, I don't sit up there anymore, so I'm leaving that to y'all.
That's fair.
However, we're hearing a lot about hand count. That's the way the court tells my office to go, so be it. However, before you sign a resolution for hand counting, I would like the 5 of you to experience it with what a primary race would have. This way, and I'm not saying the entire election, we will pick the smallest precinct and let y'all follow through, and then we could go from there. I'd like it to be about 7:30 in the evening at the facility where we count, because the election workers have already worked 12 hours before they begin counting ballots. Then we can proceed from there. The rest of it, Our ballots are numbered. The random hand counts, that's been going on for years with required, we don't know what precinct, we don't know what statewide race or local race, that Secretary of State will come down and tell us. So I've got no problem with that. Robust audits, Nadine and another member of my staff, myself, were in Georgetown last week. They're coming here, just like that movie, whether you're ready for it or not, they're coming. Mail-in ballots, we only follow what the law is. We only do what the law tells us to do. To do otherwise, as I said, I've been in front of Judge Berry before, and I don't want to go back there. I'll thank Commissioner Letts. We do the best we can, every day we can, to take care of only properly registered people. Do we miss? Yeah, we're human. But we do our best. And to say anything else about my staff, I won't stand for that. The ERIC system, here again, that's at a state level. I believe they've already passed in the Senate. If they're not, the fraudulent, making it a felony. I know in the House, Representative Murr is leading the charge on that one. The AG prosecuting rank and choice, county to precinct, state to county election results. I've got no problem with that. But to call out my staff, or even to insinuate it, and I'd like y'all to experience hand counting. Now, don't ask us to do it tomorrow night. It's going to take time to reproduce an election, but we will reproduce that.
Well, I'm sure you remember, Mr. Reeves, that you and I and Mr. Harris have experienced hand counts.
We've experienced
And I have,
And
been a
you.
recount. So 4 of us in this room know how, yours is countywide.
Right.
Ours is precinct.
Right.
And it does take a while, and there are nervous counters, and there are people that have to start all over again.
It took us 4 or 5 times to get the same number from all 4 county people.
Right. But my question is about the certification machine.
to what Mr. Woodward.
Yeah. If that information is correct, then we actually do have a legal problem. You've taken an oath, we've all taken oaths. Make sure that we do this right and correct, and if it's out of our hands at present, we need to do something to draw attention to it so we're within the bounds of the law.
I totally agree, Commissioner. I think I passed on to each one of you after Mr. Woodward's email about a month ago, the answers from the respective systems. I blind copied each one of you. I believe I sent the original Ms. Stebbins with the answers regarding that. The other parts, the open records request he referred, I'm looking at that. I didn't get it till we were able to enter the courthouse again late Wednesday afternoon after the sheriff told me to leave my office. So we had a fire incident. So nonetheless, you're correct. If we're off base on that, we need to get back on the path. Find out what happened. I'm researching it as that. I apologize if I'm looking at the clock. I'm expected upstairs at 11. So, all right, district court upstairs. So, excuse me. That's my 2 cents, Commissioner. You had about 98 cents. You can go buy yourself a cup of coffee.
I was out of pocket Wednesday and Thursday this last week, and Commissioner Pace called me and asked me if I was putting something like this on. And I said no, and I said go with it. I came in Friday and read it, and I want to I support a resolution. This one needs to be completed, in my opinion. And that's why we wanted to second it, so we have a discussion, and maybe redo it, bounce it back and forth, and maybe we can come up with something a little bit better, cleaner, in my opinion. We do need to push the state, and that's where the changes need to be made. Going back to what Judge Kelly originally said last time. And that's true. So, let's tweak it and come back with something better, and that's my opinion right now. Okay?
So do you want to pass this?
No, I want to hear from the public. I think we had a lot of people sign up to speak on this item.
Okay, we've got a timed item at 10:30. We'll do that right after the timed item. Let me call it 1.19. Consider, discuss, take appropriate action to approve an interlocal agreement between Kerr County and the Upper Guadalupe River Authority for administrative services for the Plateau Planning Group. Plateau Water Planning Group. Mr. Letts.
For Tara, we have an interlocal agreement that's been worked on between county attorney and UGRA to reimburse the county for some of our local judges.
Yeah. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Tara Bushnell, Upper Guadalupe River Authority. Thank you for the consideration of the time of the item. This is an interlocal. UGRA has the primary contract with the Texas Water Development Board for their Cycle 6 planning for the regional water plan, and this is the first year that they have allowed us to subcontract for additional administrative expenses that will compensate for the administrative services that the county is providing for the regional water plan.
And we appreciate you being willing to do that for us.
Sure, of course.
The bottom line, it's, what's the total amount for the?
For this ILA, it's $23,865.
Blessing on the county can get reimbursed for basically Jody's time to see weekend.
Yeah, in addition to transcription fees and printing and postage, in addition to her time.
It's pretty significant.
Yeah, so she does a lot of work for it, and we've authorized it, this is a way for compensation for that time. So I make a motion to approve the interlocal agreement.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the interlocal agreement to UGRA. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? There being none, unanimous. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's go back to item 1.4, and I've got 4 people signed up. And Mr. Rising, you were at the podium, you may return.
Greg Rising, 116 Nimitz Drive in Kerrville, Precinct 4. I'd like to thank Judge Kelly for allowing Mr. Woodward to make his full presentation. I think he hurried, but still I think we heard all of it. That was more than fair to allow that, given the time constraints. What it reminds me of, this whole process, is who do you believe? I've been on a couple of juries. We've all served on juries, and we get our instructions from the judge to decide what of the evidence that's presented in the courtroom do you believe. Evaluate the witnesses, decide who you believe, who you don't believe. Are they presenting valid information, or are they trying to pull the wool over your eyes? And the standard is reasonable doubt in a civil case. And it occurs to me that who do we believe, and is there reasonable doubt the information that we get from both, I'll call it both sides of this election question, is there a doubt about the voting machines? Can we clear up that doubt, or are there things that we just don't know? And from what I've heard, there are so many holes in the current voting system, intentional or otherwise, that they're untrustworthy. It doesn't meet the standard of a reasonable doubt, or it falls on the other side. So with those questions in mind, I think we have to look for the alternatives. I thank Mr. Paces for taking the lead on that.
Thank you. Next, Is it Nikki Keynes?
Yes, sir. Good morning, gentlemen. Nikki Keynes, 1809 Mount Laurel. I'm in Precinct 1. When I spoke last time, I stressed a personal testimony of how the e-polling systems to me were not reliable. And I still believe it because I got to thinking about it afterward and I thought, you know what? If I go into my polling place and at the end of the day you have 251 people ballots, you've got your electronic and you got your paper ballots and you have 251 ballots, but you only have 250 names. How does that day's count get legally justified? Last year I put in a public information request and this was the result. And the results are troubling to say the least. There's marked out numbers and numbers you can't read. And when I did my own math multiple times, I kept coming up with a head scratcher. So I passed it on to our SREC, who said the same thing. Now we're talking one precinct out of 20. We're not counting the early voting days that the same thing may be happening. And I am still concerned with the disenfranchised who did my vote count or did it not. And I know that the county staff, because I've worked with them for a year, I know they do their best to do everything. But when you say you're going to do an audit, Texas Election Code 127.201 says that a DRE cannot be audited. So if you're going to do an audit and you're going to do a count, how are you going to say that that audit is nearly complete when you can't get into the machine and you cannot fully audit it? So I'm going to close with the same thing I said last time. It's my word against a machine, and I would much rather put my hands in our local voters who will be sitting there hand counting and making sure that my vote and everyone else's vote counts. Thank you.
Alicia Bell?
Alicia Bell, Precinct 1. I fully support this resolution that Commissioner Paces is putting forth. As far as the question about the voter rolls being not, as Commissioner Letts had saying, we weren't sure that the voter rolls were out of order. Well, I see papers on that board out there. There's people dying all the time. So there's always dead people on the voter rolls, and they do seem to vote. Not sure how. I have something to submit. I don't have extra copies, but there's also 10 ways to make voting machines cheat with plausible deniability. I will submit that. And also there is, I screen captured this before it was scrubbed from the internet. It was, it's Smart Tech, which is the software that Hart InterCivic uses. It is owned by Huawei, which is from China. So I will submit that. Thank you.
Next is Kitty Oker. Did I say that right?
Yes, thank
Trying to
you.
learn it.
Good morning, gentlemen. I just want to first reiterate that no one has said or suggested that Bob Reeves or any member of his staff has done anything illegal. This is totally about machines that cannot be verified. And I want to make that very clear. I've worked with Bob Reeves and Nadine for several years now in Kerr County, and they do an excellent job, and I appreciate all that they do. This matter, though, is about machines that cannot be verified and that contain parts that are made in China. Senator Bob Hall, who's one of our state senators, he and his staff worked to develop the resolution that is being discussed today. And this resolution is being presented all over the state, in counties all over the state, Commissioner Letts. So it does not point a finger at Kerr County, but there are other counties in the state. this resolution, I want to urge you to consider adoption of this resolution. Perhaps you would feel more comfortable if you tweaked it a little bit for Kerr County, but I would urge you to adopt this because it will be presented to our legislators in Austin, and some of us are really working hard to affect certain changes in Austin, which is where the change needs to be made. And Judge Kelly said that the last time we were here, and he's right. We need to change things from a state level. So I would encourage you to consider adoption or to adopt this resolution, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Those are all the people we have signed up to present on 1.4. Any other discussion?
I'll just say I'm happy to take on any comments that the other commissioners or you might have on the wording of the resolution. And, based on that, I just will take a look for now and bring it back in the next commissioner's court meeting for further consideration. Hopefully,
I think looking around here, everybody wants true and accurate elections and want to push the state for changes.
And this thing about the resolution and doing it in our own wording, we have done, this court has a history of doing that. People have wanted us to pass some resolution they presented to us. We agree with the sentiment, we agree with the principles of it, and the need for it, but we don't necessarily agree with every little thing in it. So, it doesn't mean we're against it.
They will still get the point.
kind of had a feeling that would be the case, and that's okay. The only thing I'm not real clear on is because of the Open Meetings Act, who can everyone send their specific comments to for pulling it together? And I don't know how that
Jody,
works.
it's up to Jody, Jody, try to craft something and they work with you. You mean Mr. Pace, not you.
Okay.
So we'll pass that from time to
Yes.
time. And on item 1.5, I'm going to pass that until after executive session.
No, this item we can talk about, it's brief, if that's okay.
Okay?
This isn't the executive session item.
I know.
Oh,
And I
okay.
got a whole lot of people that want to talk on
Sure.
1.6, and I was going to skip over
Perfect.
1.5 and come back.
That's perfect. I thought
So let me
you,
call 1.6. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to discuss the safety and welfare of the residents of Eagle Ridge Road. Now, as people come to the stand, we've got several people signed up to talk about that. And I know we have people here. We are going to break at 11 o'clock because we have a scheduled executive session to talk about these very issues.
So we will maybe have a little bit of discussion and then come back to it after.
Well, I think Amanda's here, and I want to give her an opportunity to make a presentation. You would? Yes.
Good morning.
I need you to identify who you are.
Amanda McDonald, Eagle Ridge Road. Good morning, Commissioners, in your honor. I do appreciate your time, and I hope you all had a very blessed and happy Easter. You know, I haven't been in a courthouse this much since I was a child, running around the Coryell County Courthouse where my grandmother worked, and it was a lot more fun then than it is now. But you know, anything worth having is worth fighting for, and that's why we're here. That's why we're spending our own money and time to be here. We all love Eagle Ridge Road, and we're all good stewards of the land, and it makes us sick to see what the developers are doing to it in our road. Out-of-state developers that have no interest in Kerrville, in the heart of the hill country, other than greed. I'm a nurse practitioner and have worked in the healthcare industry since 2003. I also worked for the state of Texas for 12 years. And you and I both know that safety trumps everything, and anything can be put on hold or denied if people's lives are at risk. And we continue to be concerned about the safety of our road and the upcoming potential development. I really do appreciate your time, and I do know that it's hard being in your situation and having to make decisions day in and day out. So thank you.
Thank you. Let me just assure you, We're taking this safety issue deadly serious.
Thank you.
Dr. Dwyer.
Good morning, Judge Kelly and Commissioners. Jack McGuire, 680 Eagle Ridge Road, one of the neighbors, and appreciate your allowing us to come and speak. We have spent a lot of time examining the issue. As you know, we hired our own traffic engineer, did a voluminous report. I think the report speaks for itself. You've all got a copy of that. And we're here today really just to reiterate that hopefully you're going to do the right thing to protect the neighborhood and the safety on Eagle Ridge Road. Everyone agrees that the additional traffic on Eagle Ridge Road resulting from the development will create an extremely dangerous situation. The existing substructure and the width of Eagle Ridge Road are inadequate. You, all county commissioners, identified the danger when you first heard about this. And this has been acknowledged by Kerr County Road and Bridge that the road is inadequate. They talked to one of the previous commissioners about the fact that it wasn't an adequate road. 3 traffic engineers' reports have verified deficiencies in the road. The developer does not deny, it never has denied the road is unsafe and inadequate. It's only a case of who's going to pay for the road, and the developer has said he doesn't want to pay. I mean, I sympathize with him, but I don't think that's an adequate answer. So we're here today to urge the court to refuse to approve the developer's plat until the developer or the county makes the necessary improvements. We thank you for your attention.
Are there any other speakers on this issue? I think that's really just an information item. Are we taking any action today? And let me just assure you, those of you that are here, and I already talked to Dixon, so I'll come back in the room. I'm putting in touch with our outside counsel who's here. We're taking this matter very seriously. And that's what we're going to talk about at 11 o'clock. But it's not 11 o'clock. So, that's executive session. Yes, it will be an executive session. So let me go ahead and call 1.5, which is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to set a public hearing on April the 24th at 10 a.m. for the Kerr County Texas Economic Development Program, including guidelines and criteria for tax abatements. And this is really, County Attorney and I put this on the agenda because we have to have a public meeting before we can adopt it.
That's right. And this is just to re-adopt the rules that you guys adopted back in 2020, and then again in 2022. There was some information missing, so we've just put it back on to go ahead and re-adopt. We've got to do it every 2 years anyway.
So I make a motion that we set a public meeting for April the 24th at 10 a.m. to discuss these economic development rules. Second. Got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Yes, does it need to be published?
Yes.
Public meeting.
Public meeting.
But does it
Yes.
have to be published?
Yes.
How many times?
I'll send it to you.
Okay, one time. Okay.
So with that, those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. Item 1.8, consider, discuss, take appropriate action to approve a small renovation to the main office in the Hill Country Youth Event Center. Jake out there?
Jake in there?
Jake. We squeezed you in so you don't have to wait.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your time today. Just wanted to get with the court, met with Commissioner Harris, Shane for maintenance, and we have a small renovation project at the event center we'd like to accomplish. Because we're altering a county facility, we just need permission of the court to do so.
How you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
What?
So what it is we need to rearrange the office. We have grown and have a liquor license and need somewhere to store supplies. The current supply area is more of a public area that not conducive to TAPC law. We've come up with a plan to changed the one office area into that storage room. So only people that access that, of course, would be us. It's not used by anybody else, and therefore move my staff into the main office complex. Pretty simple idea. To do so, to make it conducive, would be also to add take out part of the wall and add a window, customer service window to walk up on the inside of the building, which would vacate the current office door, make it an emergency exit only. But it would very much appease definitely some challenges we've had over the years with people finding the office and us being accessible. So it's a small renovation project. We have a budget of about $2,000 for it. So we just want to make sure everybody's on board with that so we can find some funds and go forth.
This is, will be a huge improvement at very little cost. And with the liquor the way it is, it needs to be locked up and not having to be moved back and forth all the time as it is now. And it's just going to streamline things. So I move for approval.
Sorry.
Got a motion and a second to approve the small renovation at the Open Community Center as presented. Any discussion?
Bill, is there any, dollar amount, you said $2,000, where's that?
Ballpark.
Where are the funds coming from, out of your budget?
We wanted to move for approval first. If the project needs to be done this fiscal year, as we get closer, I can probably bring it out of our budget. We know Shane's always tight on his, and we don't want to burden that. If need be, we may need to come to the court to find it from the court side.
In worst case, it could come out of some of the money that's obligated for that facility.
Worst case, correct. Absolutely.
Okay. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Being none, carries.
Appreciate it.
Item 1.9, it's already here. Consider discuss take appropriate action to accept donations totaling $247 for the month of March 2023 to be added to the operating line item 10-642-330. Randy Gibbons.
Yes, sir. Just what you said. It's all right there with a breakdown for you.
Move for approval. Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve accepting the $247 donation. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Being none, unanimous. Item 1.10, consider discuss and take appropriate action to approve the Kerr County Property Renewal Questionnaire for the Texas Association of Counties. Mr. Nunn.
Yes, good morning. I have given you guys a handout about the property renewal schedule. In hearing, which one was it? 1.8, I'll have to get with Jake to put that on here. Because on here it does ask if we are having any construction or undergo major construction or renovations. I put no, we'll have to put yes on the first one to make an adjustment to that. And on number 2, I put yes for JP4 annex. So I will be putting down the 510 Ingram location with just the content only, which is what Commissioner Harris had asked me about before. I was able to get that there. It didn't reflect it in this one, but I did add it to it. Okay. And then on the shorter page, you'll notice that I do have a whole lot of items that are listed in yellow. Those are for road and bridge items that have been sold and removed. So I have made those adjustments as well.
And this is just a typical form we fill out for tax every year.
That is correct.
Yeah.
With all our building values. Move for approval. Second.
A motion and a second to approve the questionnaire as presented. Any discussion?
Just a question, Rose, also, there is a construction project at the airport going on, and those sea hangars and box hangars.
Okay.
They'll have to add when it's done, but there is construction up there as well.
Okay. I will make that adjustment too.
Approval would correct. So that's just change that to yes, we don't add it until
Correct.
it's completed.
Okay. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? Motion carries.
Thank you.
1.15, we're moving as fast as we can here. Consider discussing take appropriate action to determine whether to allow retail firework permit holders to sell fireworks to the public beginning May 1 and ending midnight May 5 in celebration of Cinco de Mayo. And this, if we do nothing, we don't sell them, we have to do something affirmatively if we're going to sell fireworks. 116. Nobody wants to do that, okay. 116, consider discussing take appropriate action to accept the Emergency Services District Number 2 compilation report. Mr. Harris.
Yes, this is pretty standard. We got a compilation report from ESD number 2, and I move for approval.
Second.
A motion and second to approve the ESD 2 compilation report. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Then let's skip over, go to, what do we have? Sheriff, let's take 120, take yours last.
Yes, sir.
Try to get it out of the way and then go to the executive session. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the justification for sole source procurement of products and services for the Operation Lone Star Grant in accordance with the local government code, discretionary exemption subsection C. If an item exempted under subsection A7 is purchased, the Commissioner's Court, after accepting a signed statement from the county official who makes the purchases for the county as to the existence of only one source, must enter in its minutes a statement to that effect. Sheriff Laycock.
Yes, sir. Basically, I'm looking for the court's approval to make two sole service purchases. Both items each are over $50,000, and just to let the court know and the public know, these are out of Operation Lone Star funds, not out of my current budget. So basically, these are one of the options. Since it's over $50,000, I need y'all's approval to be able to purchase this as a sole source.
What is it? What is it?
Oh, the two items are going to be, if I don't want to get in a whole lot of detail, but I'll tell you, one's a Viking detection. It's a portable x-ray machine, and the other one's night vision.
Move for approval.
Are they so, how do we know they're sole source?
Yeah, because only one vendor makes these. Yeah, sorry.
So, we've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None?
Thanks.
Passes. Okay, with that, we'll have the mass gathering discussion when I come back after executive session, but we will be recessed while we go into executive session, and excuse everybody, we'll reconvene in 5 minutes.
1.17 is consider discussing appropriate action to appoint a member of the Commissioners Court or designated person to perform investigation in section 751.005 of the Texas Health and Safety Code for the purpose of determining if the minimum standards for ensuring public safety and order as prescribed by law will be maintained under the application for permit for mass gathering by the Kerrville Folk Festival Foundation from May 25th to June 11th. Hearing on the mass gathering permit has been set for April 25th at 8:30 a.m. And I'll make a motion we appoint Harley Ballou to be the designated representative.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye. Congratulations.
Okay. 1.18, consider discuss take appropriate action regarding Kerr County Public Relations Information Policy. Mr. Ballou.
Okay. Lisa Walters, our Public Relations Department, all by herself. She's very professional, but I feel like we've done her a little disservice because we didn't give her really good guidelines. We don't have a policy. So in reviewing this, I've come up with my suggestion, I've already talked to Lisa about this, that we restrict what we have on our website and social media to matters that pertain to the county. And I realize it's important to know if some place is having a fish fryer or whatever. Everybody has their own social media. I'm not opposed to us having some kind of a link that we go to volunteer fire departments and that kind of thing. But I want us to restrict it to, the farmer's market's an example of it. That is a private business enterprise, okay? Only certain business owners benefit from that. So that's the kind of thing I don't want on our website. I don't think we should have it on the website. There are organizations that we don't necessarily promote all the time or have any real, any funding going toward them. But they may come to us for a resolution. That should be published on the website and on social media. An example would be if we're going to put the signs out about child abuse prevention. And it's an organization we've never given a dime to, but they have the corner of the courthouse, that sort of thing. Hazardous Waste Day is one of the few times when we would talk about the city of Kerrville. We don't need to promote any of the municipalities because Ingram has their website, Kerrville has their website, they have their Facebook, whatever it is. So we don't need to be promoting anything except what's going on with people's county tax dollars here.
And we don't have anything to do with the library anymore.
We don't have anything to do with the library. That's another example of it. There are times where we would mention one of the municipalities, but it would need to be something we're doing with them. So if we can just follow, it's a real simple thing. Before you publish anything, ask yourself, does it really inform the taxpayers about Kerr County? If it's not exclusively about Kerr County or promoting an organization Kerr County has a relationship with, then I don't think that we should have it on there. Everybody else has their own social media. Let them take care of their own stuff. So, but we can set up links to go to the school website, for example. We're tied in with all the schools in Kerr County. So that kind of thing, I would say, is okay in volunteer fire departments. So
that'd be on the webpage, but not on
just as a
social
link.
media.
Just as
we
a
don't
link.
need to do it.
Yeah. If we have a link set up now, Lisa.
On the website,
Yeah. So we can just add to it.
they're there.
Yeah, they're there already.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just trying to get away from promoting any individual businesses because I don't care if, honestly, if Whataburger is having, I'm not picking on them, but I'm just pulling a name out of hat. If Whataburger's having a drawing to help the veterans, that's a great deal, but that's not a Kerr County deal. And it sounds like a good thing for the community, but that's not us. Kerr County, people pay their taxes for Kerr County. We're informing them of Kerr County. I don't care if somebody's having a hand puppet show that's going to help, the Girl Scouts. God bless them. See what I mean? So if we can just stick to Kerr County and/or any news about resolutions with organizations. We have a handshake deal.
That sounds good, but I'd recommend that we ask Lisa to write the policy up, and we'll bring it back to our next meeting, and that way we can have a formal policy.
Yeah.
Maybe check with Heather, but that's,
I'm just not real clear on what the concern is or the issue that requires the policy.
I think it's just,
So I'm happy to have a policy.
Right.
I think it's, I understand it is so that,
Too much clutter.
so that Don doesn't go out there and ask Lisa to post something about the hunt for expedition prize.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's,
So Don's the problem.
yeah, Don's problem. So that's my thing. So I think it is good to have a policy. That way Lisa has parameters.
She has guidelines, and we didn't give her that when we started.
We have it. And her role expanded very quickly, and
Right.
so that's where we're at.
Sounds good. Let's go to,
I guess, Jonathan, I see Mr. Woodward is still here, and his item was closed without any opportunity for any questions. I don't know if any of you have any questions. I actually have a couple. Is it possible to reopen that item?
yes, the only problem is I have to be somewhere and he has to be somewhere. Let's get through the rest of the agenda.
We're gonna lose your quorum.
We're gonna lose your quorum pretty quick. Item 4.3A, Commissioner Blue said you can handle an open session, so that is, consider to take appropriate action on the sale of 500 Ranchero Road. These going to be open sessions.
It can be, absolutely. If y'all would like for me to prepare for a sealed bid procedure to come back to you guys at the next Commissioners Court to approve and submit that for sealed bids, we can do that. You have another option of doing an auction, which I don't think y'all have done in a while at least.
Courthouse steps.
Yep. And
It'd be
see-
fun.
This is that little strip of land.
What happened is there's a
No.
court order that says we can't do it the way we thought we could do it. So now we're going back, so everybody understands.
Okay. So, do no action on that item. The approval agenda, 2.1, budget amendments.
Yes, there is just one budget request this time, and it's to cover the painting at the ag barn. I think there was a leak or something, and so it had to be repainted, and we're moving $5,000.
I went for approval.
Second.
Motion to approve the budget amendment as presented. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Pay bills.
Yes, invoices for today, $570,670.
Approval.
Second.
Motion, Commissioner Blue, second, Commissioner Harris to approve the disbursements. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Late bills.
Yes, we had two packets. The first packet was for $2,710. And the second packet is for $196,573.80.
I move for approval.
Second.
A motion, Commissioner Harris, second, Commissioner Blue, to approve the two late bills as presented. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Auditors report?
Yes, there was one internal audit for the past couple of, I think it was last month, basically going on, and there were no findings. It is for the Environmental Health Department. We're asking that you accept the report.
Motion to accept. The motion to accept, we have a second? Second. Motion second, accept the report. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Court orders, we have the court orders from our March 27th regular meeting. They all look to be in order. I'll make a motion to approve. Second. Second, Commissioner Harris. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous.
Monthly reports.
Oh, yeah, I knew there was something I skipped. Monthly reports.
Okay, for March 2023, Environmental Health, OSSF, Director Ashley Batters, Auditor's Monthly Report, Andy Shelton, Constables, Precinct 1, Tommy Rodriguez. Precinct 2, Kyle Snyder. Precinct 3, Paul Gonzalez. Precinct 4, Brad Ryder. Justice of the Peace, Precinct 3, Kathy Mitchell. District Clerk, Dawn Lance. Treasurer's Payroll Report, Tracy Sullivan. Treasurer's Monthly Report, Tracy Sullivan. I move for approval.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the monthly reports. And so discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. It's unanimous. Then go back to item, recall 1.14. Consider discussing appropriate action to open and receive bids for the 2023 road construction project phase 2. Read bids, allow refer to county engineer for tabulation and award to the lowest qualified bidder. Patience.
Thank you. Kelly and I went back and tabulated. We went through all of the bids. Everything was in order. The lowest qualified bidder is Brandon Paving Company out of Victoria, and we're asking that the court authorize it can be paid for with the funds that are for road reconstruction. That's in the Road and Bridge Department. They have about $107,000 there and some change. It's almost 108. And they also have $20,000 out of their contingency. You add those two together, you get your $127,670. The contingency would need to be handled with a budget transfer, which we talked with the auditor about that. That'll get handled, I guess, by the next meeting. So with that being said, we ask that the court authorize the county judge to execute the contract with Brandon Paving.
I move that we authorize the county judge to execute a contract with Brandon Paving for $127,000 for the road reconstruction project of Robertson Road.
And it is $127,670, another $670.
Dirt boys, huh?
A motion and a second to approve the contract with Brandon Paving for $127,670 and authorize the county judge to sign the contract. Any further discussion?
Can you spell the name?
BRANNON.
Thank you.
Out of Victoria. They did some work for us 3 years ago. They did a good job too.
Okay. All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Information agenda 3.1. Status report from department heads. 3.2. Status report from elected officials. 3.3. Status report from liaison commissioners. I'll go back and quickly call 1.34. 1.3.
Woodward, please set the stand.
And we have about 5 minutes until I have to leave.
I greatly appreciate you coming to Kerr County and presenting to us, so I thank you for that. So, I mean, in essence, you're telling us that our use of the park integrity voting system is outside of the law. It is not
Correct.
compliant. So what do we do? I mean, how do we go ahead and use the same system for an election if it's already outside the law? Your
You
solution
can't.
is-
To stay in compliance with the law, you can't.
It's still going. Why are you doing that? We have court.
And anyways, you can take those same certificates and apply them across the spectrum of voting systems in Texas. So there are no voting systems that you're able to utilize legally to conduct elections.
Hand count, is that acceptable?
Yeah, like I mentioned, it's my opinion that if you guys go to an all-manual, paper, hand-counted system with no electronics or mechanical devices that classify as a voting system, then those voting system laws don't apply. So there is no adoption of a system.
That's an area I didn't understand.
Again, I'm not a
There are
lawyer.
cameras, for observing that hand count. Does that constitute a system? Or
I think a lot of things need to be run by lawyers, correct? But my opinion would be that the cameras would not be part of the actual voting. It would be the same idea as having security cameras set up in your count rooms already. It's more about the casting of the votes and the tabulating of the votes.
The cameras you're suggesting be below
directly overhead. So
Yeah,
you can actually
exactly.
see, whoever's reading off the result, you want to see
Further
that.
documentation
Yes.
of a handicap.
So, in your opinion, that would be acceptable.
In my opinion, yes.
That's it. But anyway, thank you.
I mean, I would say, again, I think that this court has the ability to call special elections if needed. I think that that's something that should be considered and talked about perhaps in executive session between you guys, and we're...
And the special election is why? Because we're
Well,
not legitimate?
I mean, technically, right? If you guys have, especially if you haven't adopted a voting system, that already you're not allowed to use a system unless you make a resolution or an order of adoption. So that would, if you haven't adopted and you use the machines, wouldn't it make every vote illegal that was cast? So it calls into question a lot of things, and I don't have all the answers as far as fixes, but we're looking for solutions as citizens, and we're looking for our representatives to represent our interests, Like I demonstrated, we've communicated and documented all the communication with our elected officials high up and all the way down in our localities, and we're just not getting anywhere. And unfortunately, it kind of takes a presentation like this to be able to explain everything so that you can grasp the full picture of it. And it's unfortunate that we've just kind of been taking the word of the people up above us rather than doing the double checking for ourselves. So, and I take responsibility as a citizen as well, because I wasn't doing my due diligence in verifying.
I think it's fair that this is news to all of us.
Mhm.
Well,
I'll leave it
the 2020 election opened eyes to a lot of people
Correct.
all at once.
Mhm.
And we need to try. We've all heard of people saying, I'm not voting anymore because I don't think it counts. And we don't need that in this
No.
society.
Now, a lot of what you presented earlier had to do with the signatures, the verification. How much investigation have you done to see whether or not that was actually allowed by law or by rules within the contracts and contract law? Have you done any investigation into finding out whether or not that there is an allowance for somebody else to make a signature as a signator for someone?
Well, if you look in the program testing laboratory manual that I provided you a copy with, and just go down to the section that says certificate of accreditation, it's very clear that it says shall be signed by the chair. There's nothing in there that allows somebody else to sign it.
Well, for example, in our subdivision rules, there are places you come to and you have to refer to another place.
Okay.
You have to find it elsewhere. It's not real clear in this section. You go to another section and there's some more clarity.
I am open to anything.
Well,
I have been
made the presentation.
Sure.
I'm asking you, did you go to that?
I have not found anything else. No.
Okay.
I've just been asking for alternatives to my theories, because these are theories, right? Because they haven't been proven in court yet. They are theories, but I think it's a very solid legal argument that's been constructed.
I mean, in the business world, if you've been given delegated authority to sign something, then you sign it for the individual.
Or you initial it. Or whatever.
Yeah, you initial it or whatever. You're using the authority that was delegated, where this is just an individual signing it who has no apparent standing for the code.
Agreed.
That's what it looks like.
I need to run.
Okay.
So, anyway.
Thank you.
Got a little bit in.
Thank you.
We're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.